The arrangement, item number 6 and 7. I will have thought that protocol-wise, 7 should precede 6, so that instead of the current rendition, it should be the Right Honourable Speaker on behalf of the House extend a warm welcome to the President, the Vice President, and the Chief Justice, another Justice of the Superior Court. After which we can have the Chief Justice, her Lady Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Esaba Tokonu, another Justice of the Superior Courts of Judicature attended upon the House. in order of precedence. I thought that.
No, one here, Mr. Speaker, is the one receiving guests. So the report of him is not included. It is his welcome which is reported. But those he acknowledged as being present, they are in the appropriate order. I don't think we need to change the order as it is. Right? Yes.
Speaker, with respect, I know my colleague is meticulous when it comes to this business. But Speaker, I think you are right. That is how it should be. It should remain as it is.
Page 10. Yes, number 4.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please at page 10, item number XI, the national man of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Johnson, Asiedu Nketia, the Asiedu should be ASIE and not EI. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, the table office will take note and effect the correction. Page 11. Page 12. Members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, February 27, 2024 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Item 6. Oh, sorry, I have one official report. The official report of Friday, December 8th, 2023. Honourable members, the official report of Friday, December 8th, 2023. Any corrections? Any corrections, please, on the official report? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday, December 8, 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Before we proceed to question time, let me acknowledge our guests for today. We have 2 schools. The first one is Jesus and Mary Schools Limited. They are led by Mr. Michael Kunuji. He's the assistant head teacher, and they are from Trobu. There are 100 of them. You are welcome to the house. And there's the Mankesim School, Mankesim Technical and Senior High School. They are led by Mr. Edward Banga. He is the head of the General Arts Department, and they are from the Infantiman constituency, 63 of them. You are welcome to Parliament. Honourable members, we proceed to question time. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your leave to vary order of business as was discussed and go on to take item 1 on order paper addendum instead?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is right. The issue about our colleague, the Deputy Minister for Roads, answering the questions on behalf of the Minister for Road was raised, and we generally agreed. But Mr. Speaker, I just want it to be on record that this is the 3rd time the Minister himself, for one reason or the other, since being appointed as a Road Minister, avoided. He should take a cue. Our colleague, the former Road Minister, was extremely diligent to this house, religiously appeared and answered questions. it is not a good start for him that for 3 times since he became road minister is unable to appear to answer his questions. It's not a good start for him. For today, we will reluctantly agree for I'm agreeing to the variation of the orders. For today, because the speaker you were at conclave, we cannot agree something with
the
you.
The application actually was for the variation of the order of business, so we take the addendum.
Yes, it's just the preamble to the so
we will come to that. So
I agree for the other paper to be varied.
Yeah. Very well, honourable members. Let's proceed to other paper addendum at the commencement of presentation of papers by the majority leader. I can't see him. Is there any reason why you're doing it on his behalf? You're applying to do it on your behalf. Yes, please apply first.
May I seek your leave further for the item to be done by, or to be taken by the deputy leader instead of the leader?
Very well. Now leave granted. You may present the paper on behalf of the deputy leader.
Report of the leadership on the recomposition of the ECOWAS Parliament and the Pan-African Parliament.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes, you do the question time, or you will take the motion.
Honourable Speaker, we are proceeding with the question time. Thank you.
Honourable members, question time. The Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways will take the question on behalf of the. After the objection, he said for today they will allow it. But yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, just to follow up on the earlier foundation by the Minority Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, because we have agreed with you concretely that we will allow our colleague to obviously answer the questions, it should also be on record that the minister responsible for roads must be the one answering these questions. We are hearing that he's not well. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we all saw him. So I'm surprised that he's saying he's not well this morning. I don't know what may have happened. But is that going forward, he should be here himself to take the question so that we can hold him accountable. We had the president yesterday. So please, we'll allow you today, but inform your minister that going forward, he should ensure that at the minimum, he appears before here and answer our questions so that if there's some form of assurances, we can hold him accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Chief.
Speaker, I think our colleagues should not, with respect to my whip and the leader of the minority leader, we shouldn't raise the temperature unnecessarily, with the greatest of respect, because the whip has indicated and he has communicated duly your concerns. I don't know if you are repeating just to emphasize, but the fact must be told. The early weeks when the minister was, the honourable member was nominated, I think that very week he came to this house, the record can bear me out, and answered a number of questions. You recall we were in the business committee meeting, and I think the deputy leader who even expressed worry that the man just assumed the ministry. So why are we pushing him to come and answer so soon? So please, leader, with respect, when he was the Minister for Works and Housing, he has always been in the House. Of course, you are borrowing what was happening.
Very well, leader. Thank you very much. And we have an agreement. Let's proceed.
They should not be worried at all. Don't be what I've heard you.
Thank you, leaders. Now, question number 627 is to be asked by the honorable member for Nalerigu Gambaga, Mr. Seydou Isifu. You may ask your question now.
Mr. Speaker, I have the permission of my colleague, Honorable Nalerigu, to ask the question on his behalf, and I want to seek your use of.
Please proceed.
I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what plans the ministry has for the following road networks: Bongwene, Bangu, Banamburi, Nalerigu, Zare, Zigum, Lat, Are, Zandua, Nalerigu, Dente, Namori, and Sakwago, Nanim Boku, Swarobigui, and Takorentiga.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bongbini to Bangu to Bantry is 8 kilometers. It is gravel and earth road in poor condition. It is located in the East Mamprose district of the Northeast region. Currently, engineering design and condition survey have been carried out on the road. The estimates are currently being viewed for approval and procurement. Procurement will be considered under the 2024 budget. Nalerigu to Zari to Zigum to Lat to Ari to Zandua is a 9.5 kilometers road in a poor condition. It is also located in East region and in East Mamprose district. There is no program on the road. Engineering design studies is programmed to be carried on this road by end of the first quarter 2024 to assess the appropriate works will be undertaken on the road based on the availability of funds. Nalerigu to Dintigi to Namori is an 8-kilometer road and earth surface in poor condition. It is located in the East Mamprose district of Northeast region. Engineering design and condition survey have been carried out on the road. The estimates are currently being reviewed for approval and procurement will be considered under the 2024 budget. Sakugu to Namemboku to Swanobiji to Korantinga is a 10.5 kilometer road. It is in a poor condition and it is located in the East Mamprose district of the Northeast region. Engineering design and condition survey are carried out on the road. The estimates are currently being reviewed for approval and procurement will be considered under the 2024 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And the Minister gave you the timelines attached to when the works on the following roads can take effect. What timelines are you looking at in terms
I think you provided a time for each one of them. By the end of the first quarter of 2024, we provided all of them. Kindly check again.
So what assurance do you have for the people of Nalerigu constituency? You have provided some timeline, but the constituency would need some assurance. Can you assure the constituency that you will stick to the timelines?
Yes, Honorable, they want your assurance.
Mr. Speaker, the people of East Mamprusi District can be assured that the program rules will be carried out in the estimated time. I think I gave first quarter for some of them. I know that the engineering, design, and survey will be done on another one. So I'm pretty sure I'm giving the people of East Mamprusi the assurance that we will work on those roads for them.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm satisfied.
Very well. Question number 1356, by the honourable member for Solar Tunakaba, Sandru Darichiwite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this question was asked in December 2023. Thankfully, it was Honorable Delula who answered the question, indicated that they were going to do some reshaping for me once we pass the budget. The budget has been passed. Today he's here. I'm going to repeat the question. Honorable Minister, can you give us some hope that once the budget is passed, you're going to...
Honorable, can you ask your question as advertised, please?
The question was to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways whether construction, graveling of the Sanyeri-Beniri Road is part of the scope of work on the bridge construction project currently ongoing in Sanyeri in the Solatona Kalba district.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my friend indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, this particular question was answered somewhere last year. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate what I said. The Sanyeri to Benue...
Honorable, you mean the same question?
Yes.
Was answered?
Yes, please, Mr.
So what is outstanding? Why is it back here? It must have been reintroduced by accident. I think if there's no different answer from what you said, then the information is already in the public record. We'll move on. Question number 135 to be asked by the honorable member for K2 South, Ms. Ablachi. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I had a concern with the earlier position.
No, I call the Honorable Gomeshi's question if you are not the one authorized to ask for her. Very well, I'll proceed. Question number 1460. Name of the Honorable Member for Pong Katamanso, Mr. Joseph Akwete. Okay, now you may ask your question.
Honorable Speaker, I have the authority of Honorable Tete, and with your leave, I would want to ask question 1460 on his behalf.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractors working on the following road projects will return to site after leaving site for several months. I, Atadika Road, I, New Jerusalem, Apollonia Road. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These roads are located in Pong Katamanso municipality. Pong Katamanso municipal is one of the 29 districts located in the Greater Accra. Zeno Atadeka Road. The Minister of Roads and Highways through Department of Urban Roads awarded a contract titled Partial Construction of Selected Roads, Pong Katamanso Phase 2, 18 kilometers, for the rehabilitation of critical selector corridors to provide all routes for travel for commuters between Atadi Community 21 and 22 area. The contract commenced on 16th June 2018 for completion by 16th June 2020, which was later revised to 16th December 2020. Works have stalled currently due to delay in payment for work done, and the contractor has vacated the site. Progress of work is at 22% physical completion. Efforts to get the contractor to resume work have been futile. The project has been recommended to Minister of Roads and Highways for termination. Thank you.
Yes, if you have any follow-up questions, you may ask them.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Question number 1470. The name of the honorable member from Poho, John Kobna Abam. Kobna Bam Abuasani. Very well. I'll proceed. Question number 1600. By the honorable member for Nadoli Kalio, Mr. Anthony Mwikara Suma. Yes, honorable, you may ask.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the roads and highways, which feeder roads in the Nadoi-Kaleo constituency have been selected for rehabilitation under the EU GAP, and the status of the implementation of the program in the constituency.
Yes, honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the list of feeder roads and their status of implementation in Nadoli-Kaleo constituency under the EU GAP road components of the Output and Performance-Based Road Contract, OPBRC, for selected feeder and farm access roads are Namvili to Pala, 6.7 kilometers, and the status is substantially completed. Buyiri to Nakuruyiri, 7.7 kilometers, and is substantially completed. Nadoli to Asia to Charipong to San is 17.7 kilometers and is substantially completed. Pala to Pump Site 10 is 1.5 kilometers, substantially completed. San to Pump Site 9, 3.4 kilometers, substantially completed. Takpo Market, 0.11 kilometers, construction ongoing. Kalio Market, 0.40 kilometers, construction ongoing. Jang Market, 0.19 kilometers, construction ongoing. Sankana Market, 0.46 kilometers, construction ongoing. Sumbo Market, 0.19 kilometers, construction yet to commence. Nadoli Market, 0.19 kilometers, construction ongoing. Pangasia, 0.19 kilometers, construction ongoing. Kalio to the dam site 5, 3.5 kilometers, works substantially completed. Nato to Natudu to Changu to Sankana, 9.5 kilometers, substantially completed. Namvili to Nato, 8.0 kilometers, substantially completed. Saripari to Guli to Natoduri, 8.0 kilometers, substantially completed. Namvili to Sain, 19.5 kilometers, construction ongoing. Supari to Namvili, 12.6 kilometers, substantially completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, honorable, your follow-up question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, regarding the 7 markets, what is the scope of work at the markets? What exactly are you doing at the markets? And then, why is it that work hasn't commenced at the Sombo market, having started this construction for almost a year now?
Can you speak into the mic? It's not coming out clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, what is the scope of work at the markets? You are doing some work at the market, 7 markets. And why is it that after a year now, no work has commenced at the Sombo market? Thank you.
Yes, you may answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would not want to conjecture what is holding the work back at that market. So I would want to assure my friend that I'll get the answer for him. This, because these are already prepared answers that we got from our engineers on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Minister, I appreciate your response. So I'll follow up for the response regarding it. But do you have any plans to continue the works that have commenced? In the sense that some work has been done, the roads have been compacted nicely. And because of the nature of the roads, do you have any plan to seal the roads with some bitumen so that after the rainy season, we don't go back to square one and then one day we'll be seeking funding again to construct this road? Because some substantial work has been done. I think you agree with me that it would be appropriate to seal this road. That's about 100 kilometers. Other than to allow it this way, and after 2-3 years of rains, we are back to very bad roads in the constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the OPBRC contracting, a contractor is given a project to build a road, and he's supposed to maintain the road for 5 years, and any defects that comes on the road is the responsibility of the contractor. So I'm sure that the contractor will do the needful so that the roads will last more than the 5 years that we have as defect liability period.
But
and this is a
Minister,
contract.
do you intend to put bitumen surface on it?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, these are not roads that we intend to put bitumen on them. These are feeder roads being funded by international development agencies. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. I'm done.
Very well. Question number 1604. Honorable Member for Krachin Chumuru. Mr. Solomon. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of the Honorable Member, with your leave, to ask the permission on his behalf.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a quick one before I ask the question. I heard the Honorable Minister talking about maintaining roads for 5 years. Is it for all roads or for particular?
Is there a specific contract? So
okay,
please proceed to your question. That
Thank
contract.
you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads on behalf of Solomon Kuyon to ask the Minister, the contractor working on the Buafri Enyinam through Zongo Macheri to Banda in the Krachin Chumuru constituency will resume work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Buafri Anyamai to Zongo Mancheri to Banda Road is captured on the Department of Federal Roads database as Buafri Anyamai to Zongo Mancheri Nandikrum Road. It is 21.4 kilometers. It is an engineered road in poor condition and located in the Krachi in Chumuro district of the Oti region. Currently, engineering, design, and condition survey have been carried out on the road. The estimates currently being reviewed for approval and procurement will be considered under the 2024 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question wanted to find out when work will resume. In the Minister's answer, he talks about the fact that it will be considered in the 2024 budget. The 2024 budget has been read already. Has it been captured or not? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the 2024 budget has been approved and is being implemented. So, yes, it's being implemented. So the particular road we're talking about will be considered under the budget. Thank you.
You have 3. Are you done? Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the road was already awarded to Silcom Construction. He was on the road, and in 2017 there was an audit. They said they were doing an auditing. They've completed with the auditing. The question is that why have you stopped the contractor? After the auditing, the contractor is supposed to go back to site. So we want to know from you, when is the contractor going back to site? Because he was already working on the road. When is he going back to site?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Per the records we have, that road was awarded on contract. And that is what we have. And I think the MP, the Honorable MP, in his question, referred to Zongo Macheri to Banda. Free to a new here. And through Zongo Mancheri to Banza. But in our database, we have Boafri in Yamai to Zongo Mancheri to Banda. So, Honorable Speaker, maybe colleague is referring to a different road that was awarded maybe under a different program altogether. But maybe not under the Ministry of Roads and Highways and under the Department of Federal Roads. Thank you.
You're entitled to one, please. You're not the only question. You're entitled to only one follow-up question.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. I know the terrain very well because they share a boundary with me. I was the regional minister, and I know that this road was awarded to Silcom Construction Company. He's got to check his records well, capture it very well. If he says it's in their database, he's got to go back and check well. Because I am telling you, I know the contractor is Silcom Construction Company Limited. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Minister will take note of the information shared and verify with his record. I'll go to question number 1722 to be held by the Honourable Member for From Plains South, Sir Joseph Apia Boating. Honourable Member for From Plains South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask Minister for Roads and Highways the status of the road network in Afram Plains South constituency.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry does not have specific statistics to Afram Plains South constituency. However, we have database on Afram Plains network. From the database, the Department of Federal Roads has about 500 kilometers of roads. Out of this, 50% representing 150 kilometers are districts and inter-district roads, whilst 350 kilometers are access or local roads. 10% of the network is in good condition, 25% in fair condition, and 65% in poor condition. The Ghana Highways Authority has a total of 142 kilometers in the Afram Plains. 42 kilometers is paved and 100 kilometers unpaved. The 40-kilometer paved section is in fair condition, while the 100 kilometers is in poor condition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When will the work begin?
What plans does he have?
Yes.
Sorry.
What do you have to upgrade the road in Afram Plain South? Because anytime minister comes to, they always say we've started some certain percentage, but there's nothing like that in the constituency. So if the house, you started from maybe a chairman from to Adoso, certain kilometers from there, and maybe from Kwame Kwanta to TRC, certain kilometers that is still deplorable. Can you tell the house?
Yes, Honorable Minister. I don't know whether you get it correctly.
Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague wants to know what plans we have for his roads. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of plans for roads in Ghana, but because of budgetary constraints, we are not able to program all of them. I mean, like construction immediately. I can only assure my good friend that when funds become available, we will look at his roads for him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So any timeline or assurance that you can give? Any assurance? Okay. You don't have plan for now. Is that what you are saying?
Honorable Member, he said they have plans for all roads subject to available funds.
No. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware we were in this house when we got loans from Germany and UK to construct the bridge and the road in Afram Plain South. So, what has happened to the funds? Can you tell the House?
Honorable, your question specifically did not mention any road, right? So it's difficult to zoom into any specific road at this time. But do you have any specific road in your constituency that you want him to focus on?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Road from Echiamanfrom to Agoreke, the loan has been approved in this house, and they've received the money. So we want to know when are they going to commence the project?
That's a totally. I wish you would have asked that question specifically. Then you would come with that information. But do you have any information on the? Do you have any information on the Echiamanfrom road he's referring to?
Mr. Speaker, no, please. But recently, I was there to inaugurate our Afram Plains North and South districts. And, Mr. Speaker, indeed, their roads are very poor. I traveled on the road from Echiamanfrom to Donkokrom. It was terrible. So I discussed with my engineers at the highways, and they've agreed with me that we will go and gravel that road for the people of our Afram Plains. So soon, we will find a contractor go on that road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I suggest that you ask a specific question relating to the loan you say has been approved. That will enable us to get all the information and do a follow-up. Very well. Our question number 1768, Honorable Member for Afram Plains North. Mrs. Betty Crosby Nana Ifwa Mensa. Well, I'll proceed. Question number 1792. In the name of the Honorable Member for Salaga North, Mr. Abdallah Idi Alasan. Number 1795. In the name of the Honorable Member for German North. Yes, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister for Road and Highways why the Sampa to Ginini Road construction project has halted for the past 2 years, and the measures the ministry is taking to get the contractor back to site to complete the project to give relief to commuters.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker. The upgrading of Sampa to Jinejine Road forms part of the Inter-Regional Road IR09, which falls under the Jama North District in the Bono region. The road has been awarded for upgrading works under the contract titled Upgrading to Jinejine Road, kilometer 0.0 to 31.5. The project commenced on 14th May 2020 for completion by 13th May 2022, which was extended to 12th October 2023, but has since elapsed. The progress of work stands at 36.85%. Works executed to date include demolition and site clearing, 38.7%, earthworks, 21.3%, concrete works, 11.4%, sub-base, 6%. The road project halted because of delayed payment for work done. The contractor has however his willingness to resume works when he receives payment. The ministry taking the necessary steps to pay for work done to get the contractor back on site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, thank you for your answer and the clarity that you have given on the answer. At least a burden has been lifted on my shoulders, because in a constituency, my district chief executive is going around telling people that the ministry's inability to complete the road is as a result of my failure to do that. So once the answer has been given, we have all seen that.
Is it as a result of what?
My inability to lobby ministry to fix the road, and it is a news everywhere. So I'm happy this morning that clarity has been brought to this matter. I have some follow-ups to do. From your answer, the contract elapsed in 2022 and was still extended to 2023 October. So a year and 5 months was added to the contractor. And then the extension has also elapsed. So I want to ask, now that we have extended the contract twice and the period has elapsed, is the ministry still having a valid contract between itself and then the contractor?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, we still have a contract with the contractor, and I'm sure that the contractor will apply for extension of time, either with cause or without cause. Then the ministry will decide whether to award it or not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rules have indicated the period has. If you look at the nature of the road now, it is in a very deplorable nature, in a very deplorable state. Commuters are finding it very difficult. It is the food hub for my constituency. So carrying food from that zone to the district center is a problem. Now that the contractor is off-site, whose responsibility or mandate is it to see to the routine maintenance of the road to ease passage for commuters?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the road is awarded on contract, it is the responsibility of the contractor to make the road motorable. So it's still the responsibility of the contractor to make the road motorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My last follow-up. I want to ask the minister. In your answer, you said the ministry is preparing to get the contractor back to site. I want to ask, in this year's budget, did you make any provision for this project in the 2024 budget. Since you are preparing to get the contractor back to site, I want to know a provision was made in the budget to cater for this.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because it's an ongoing project, so provision was made for that purpose.
Very well. I hope it helps you against your DC. Question number 1802. The name of the honorable member for. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the authority, my colleague, I share boundary with him, seek your leave to ask the question on his behalf.
Yes, kindly proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister for Road and Highways when the government will complete the following roads in the Time constituency. 1. Abamfua Tiadene. 2. Odumasi to Sekwa Nkwanta.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Abamfua Tiadene Road, Federal Road, is identified on Department of Federal Roads Road Database as Badu Abamfua to Tiadene Federal Road, 21 kilometers long. It is a partially engineered road in poor condition and located in the Tyne district of the Bono region. Currently, contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded under the project titled Bituminous Surfacing of Bruhani Junction to Bruhani, which is 6.8 meters. Rehabilitation of Brody to Como, which is 12.1 kilometers, and Badu Abamfua to Tiadene, which is 21 meters feeder roads. The contract was awarded on 23rd August 2016 and commenced on 10th October 2016 for completion by 10th October 2018 with funding from the Ghana Road Fund. Works executed on the Badu Abamfua Tiadene Road include 11.0 kilometers of clearing, 11 kilometers of formation, 24 number 1/90 mm diameter pipe culverts, 6 number 1/120 mm diameter pipe culverts. The work stalled after 30% physical achievement due to delayed payment for work done. Warning letters have been issued to the contractor to return to site. He has indicated his willingness to resume works after receiving payment for outstanding IPCs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the road was awarded in 2016 as you indicated. So it is.
Mr. Speaker, I think I want one part of the I part of the question. Let me just do for the I before he comes into our session. Okay. Speaker, Odumasi Sia Kwankwanta Road. The Odumasi Sia Kwankwanta Road is...
It's Sekwa.
Sekwa.
Yes. Very popular community.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Odumasi Sekwa Nkwanta Road is located in Sunyani West and Tyne municipalities. The road has been awarded for upgrading works commenced on 4th November 2020 for execution and completion by 8th April 2023, which has since elapsed. The contractor is yet to request for extension of time. Fiscal work stands at 16.2%. Contractor is currently not at site due to delayed payment. Several letters have been issued to the contractor to resume his contractual responsibilities on the road. However, the contractor is yet to respond. The Ghana Highways Authority shall issue a final warning letter to the contractor
This will be followed by notice to termination letter depending on the contractor's response to the final warning letter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the minister's answer, he said the road was awarded in 2016. Why has it taken 7 years to rewrite a warning letter to the contractor? A road that was awarded in it is almost 7 years now. What has been the challenge or the difficulty to write a warning letter to the contractor? A warning letter taking 7 years.
Yes, honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The warning letters have not just been written. I think over the period they have been written, and we are yet to write the final warning letter to him. Normally, we have to give a couple of the final one. The couple have left. It's left with the final one to be written before notice to termination will be made to the ministry for the ministry to terminate and re-award if the need be. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask, from the minister's answer, you have stated that the road has halted due to lack of payment to the contractor. So from your own answer, it is your fault that has led to the contractor in the work. So how do you write a warning letter to the contractor? Because the fault is from your outfit.
Yes, honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it's the obligation of the employer to pay after works have been done. And also, it's the obligation of the contractor to do the works. Now, in our contracting, we normally insert some clauses that if you do any work for us after 90 days, now extended to 180 days, you charge us interest on delayed payments. So it's still the obligation of the contractor to carry out his side of the bargain so that the owners rely on us to pay him and pay interest on delayed payments. Indeed, it's true. We are owing them, but then we still feel that they can go ahead, get money from anywhere, do the road for us, and we pay them later and pay them interest on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the minister whether a provision has been in the 2024 budget to cater for this road.
Yes, honorable minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is yes.
Very well. The last question. Question number 2014 of the honorable member for Sunafo North, Mr. Evans Opoku Bobie. I thought I saw him in the chamber. Very well. Very well. Yes, Honorable Gomashi. Honorable Gomashi.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I apologize for not making it on time to ask my question, and I seek your permission to ask it now.
Very well. Your question is question number 1365, right?
Yes, please.
Give your question now.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Komla Dumor Road, the Diamond Sebed Road, and the Gomashi roads in Aflau will be awarded, and if they have been awarded, who is the contractor?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The roads mentioned are within the Ketu South Municipal Assembly in the Volta region. The Ketu South Municipal Assembly is one of 10 districts in the Volta region with Denu as its capital. The Kobla Dumont Road is an 11.2 kilometer that connects the N1 highway at Aflao and the R10 at Denu. It serves a lot of communities as well as Ketu South Municipal Assembly. The Diamond Road, actually known as the Diamond Cement Road, is a 4-kilometer collector off the N1 highway. It also forms part of 11-kilometer bypass that connects the whole Denu and R10 highway at Uduaba Junction to the Aflao police station on the N1 highway. The Gumashi Road, a 1.5-kilometer collector off the N1 highway. Estimates for the construction of the Diamond, Cement, and Kobla Dumont roads have been prepared. The implementation of the works will be based on the availability of funds dependent on the 2024 budget. Engineering studies and estimates will be conducted on the Gumashi Road by the Department of Urban Roads by the end of first quarter of 2024. Implementation of the works on the Gumashi Road will be done on the availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the answer to the question came as a surprise, considering that the same words were repeated to me in 2023 when I asked the same question. Thankfully, so may I know when exactly this work will start? Mr. Speaker, this is because when the President came to open the Aflao SHS, the bus nearly tipped over to the lagoon. The students had to jump out of the... I have videos to that effect. When is this work really going to start?
Oh, he answered that question. Says availability of funds. Maybe you want to ask when funds will be available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your direction. In addition to Mr. Speaker's suggestion to me, which is when I want to ask that I want to remind you that the budget for this year has been passed. So the question still is relevant. When will we see this work start? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the budget has been passed and is being implemented. So, within the budget period, we are going to procure works for the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I asked this question in 2023, I appealed to the then minister that he adopts me as his niece, and the answer will prove that he did adopt me as his niece. Even in that capacity, this road is still begging for attention. I thank you for the answer, and I saw how difficult it was for you to make any promise. But my fingers are tightly crossed that you'll be able to make an impact and have this road done within your tenure as the Deputy Minister for the 10 months that's left before I become the Deputy. Thank you.
Very well. I don't know. Well, add that a comment. The comment, because if his uncle didn't, the uncle's mate will do. Is Bobie back in the chamber? Yes, your question was called. Now I'll give you the opportunity that you may ask your question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highway when the contractor will resume work on the Bediako to Kasapin, which has become very urgent as a result of a culvert having sunk at a section of the road, making it difficult to transport cocoa beans and farm produce from the affected communities.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bediako Kasapin Road falls under the Sonafo North Municipal Assembly in the Ahaf region. The Bediako Kasapin Road forms part of the contract titled Upgrading of Kasapin to Camp 15 Road, Kilometer 0 to Kilometer 45. The project is on 12 September 2019 for completion by 12 September 2022, which has since elapsed. Contractor is here to request for extension of time. Progress of works achieved stands at 23%. The first of the road, that is Bediako Junction to Kasapin Town, kilometer 0.0 to kilometer 20.0 has been formed to formation. However, no major works have been done from Kasapin 15 20.0 kilometer to 45.0 kilometer, and the road condition poor. Routine maintenance works are currently being carried out on the deplorable sections to keep the road motorable by the Ghana Highways Authority. Warning letters have been issued to the contractor, and the Ghana Highways shall issue the final warning letter in preparation towards termination of the contract. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Minister, do you have any question?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want the Honorable Minister to assure the good people of Kasapin that when will the contractor certificates be paid? As I want you to give assurance to the good people of Kasapin and Bediako, when will the contractor certificate be honored?
Yes, Honorable Minister is asking you when will the contractor's certificate be paid?
The Speaker indicated earlier on, warning letters have been issued, and the final warning letter will go. So that if we don't get any favorable response from the contractor, the contract will be terminated and re-awarded to a different contractor to do the roads for them. Thank you.
The question was, when will you pay the certificates?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I cannot give the timelines when the Minister of Roads and Highways will get money from the Minister of Finance to pay the contractor. I cannot give that assurance here. But whenever funds are made available, we quickly disburse them to deserving contractors to go back on road. And maybe in the next quarter, when we are allocated money, we will do some allocation to the contractor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister, do you have any question?
No, Mr. Speaker, that will be all for now.
Very well. Honorable, that brings us to the end of question time for today. Yes, Roxanne, do you have a question here?
Mr. Speaker, not at all. But Mr. Speaker, I've been requested by the Honourable Member for Afris North to seek your leave to kindly ask a question of the authority.
When her question called, you were here. I was looking around for somebody to
Mr.
stand in.
Speaker, I had stepped out.
Very well.
Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the state of the funding approved by Parliament for construction of the Adolsu to Echi Amonfro Bridge on the Fram River and the road construction from the Gro to Donkokro. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In February 2022, Parliament approved a total of 350 million euros commercial contract agreements for financing the construction of 2 major roads and a bridge to boost agricultural activity in the Afram Plains area in the eastern region. The first agreement was between the Government and Contractor Construction UK Limited for 150 million euros to construct the Bunsu Adosu Road and specified approach roads to the Adosu Bridge project. The 104-kilometer project comprises the Takro Wachai Echi Amanfrom Road, 22 kilometers. Adosu Kowutafo Road, 20 kilometers. The Kowutafo Miaso Road, 29 kilometers. The Miaso Begro, 26 kilometers. And the Begro Obuohon Road, 7 kilometers. The second agreement was between the government and BNIP Janssen Adosu Consortium of the Netherlands for 200 million euros to construct a bridge over the Afram River at Adosu Echiamanfrom. However, the government has not been able to reach financial closure on the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I understand the response from the Minister in respect of the issues concerning the funding for the bridge. But regarding the Begro to Donkokru, the Donkokru route, can something be done about here? As for the bridge, I appreciate the difficulty. The road, the arterial route.
Well, did he hear your question? Did you hear his question?
Mr. Speaker, you heard the question.
Kindly answer.
Mr. Speaker, if I got my colleague right, he said what we are going to do about the roads if we leave the bridge out because there's no funding for the bridge, isn't it? What?
Yes, the Begro Donkokrum arterial route. Donkokrum, yes.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, this is a different question altogether, so I don't have an answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you may ask questions related to answers provided.
I'm surprised that the Honorable Minister says that he has no answer to question whether something can be done about the Belgrade Donkokrum arterial route. So let me rephrase. Can you put some program together by way of grading, making it more trouble for the commuters along that channel, Begro, Eche, Nketepa, Adosu, all the way to Donkokrum in the interim?
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I indicated earlier to a question by my honorable friend from Afram Plains South, that I had discussions with the engineers at the highways, Ghana Highways Authority, to make the road from Echiaman from to Donkokrum more trouble. The Speaker, I know the has a lot of plans to reshape a lot of roads. So I would discuss with my regional engineer, our regional engineer at the Eastern Regional Office of the Ghana Highway, to see if there are any plans for the particular road that my friend mentioned. And if there is no plan, we'll see what we can do. I know for a fact that some of the roads across the river at Afram Plains are really very poor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Would the minister also consider flowing from the paragraph of your advertised answer that because we have over 100 kilometers of roads that are in poor state of repair, will you consider also grading section between Donkok Road and Memchemfre, that is to the lakefront, Memchemfre, that are communities in Afram Plains North, and Agodake. Agodake serves as the landing point for the ferry that operates between Bando Toko and Afram Plains North, so that persons who want to travel not using the Eastern Corridor can actually cut short the travel between Bando and Plains North. Just the section after the Donkok Road, if you consider grading those parts as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed. As I indicated earlier, I will speak to the engineers at the Eastern region, the roads and highways, to see what we can do about the roads that my colleague indicated in his presentation. Thank you.
Very well. That brings us to the end of question time for today. We thank the Honourable Minister for attending upon the House to answer questions. He is now discharged. Honourable members, there is order paper addendum 2.
Yeah.
Item on that presentation of papers. Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to request for the Deputy Minister of Sports to lay the paper. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the item before us, the item 1, I'm not too sure if that is what you call presentation of papers by the chairman of the committee. So the chairman report cannot be laid by the deputy minister.
Yes, at this point we want the chairman of the committee to lay the report. So I'll proceed. Paper addendum 2, item 1, presentation of papers by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Youth and Sports on the Ghana Anti-Doping Bill 2024.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented. It's for distribution to members. Honourable members, while the reports are distributed, we will suspend sitting for 1 hour and resume at exactly 1:05.
Honorable members, welcome back after the 1-hour suspension of sitting. We will take item 3 on the order paper before we move to the other business of the day. Item 3, messages from the President. I have a message from His Excellency the President. It's dated 23rd February 2024, and it reads, Mr. Request for approval of Minister and Deputy Minister of State designate. I trust this finds you well and in good spirits. Further to my of 14th February 2024, I am writing to seek parliamentary approval for the following appointments into the executive in accordance with Articles 78 and 79 of the Constitution. A. Minister of State. Ministry of Finance. Name, Honorable Abina Osei Asare, MP. B. Deputy Minister of State. Ministry of Finance. Name, Dr. Alex Amparing. It has been the practice for some time for the Ministry of Finance to be populated as a result of its exceptionally heavy workload by a substantive minister and 3 assistants, one of whom is a Minister of State at the Ministry. With the appointment of Honorable Mohammed Amin Adam, MP, hitherto Minister of State at the Ministry, as the substantive Minister of State, it has become necessary to appoint a replacement as Minister of State at the Ministry in the person of Honorable Abina Osei Asare, MP, the most senior Deputy Minister at the Ministry, who has been in that office for the last 7 years. A Deputy Minister for Finance, the person of Dr. Alex Amparing, is being proposed to replace the Minister of Senate, hence the prior approvals which I seek from Parliament. I would be extremely grateful if Parliament acts expeditiously on this request, as well as on the request of my earlier letter of 14 February to enable the full complement of ministers and deputy ministers to undertake their important functions as soon as possible. I thank you in advance for your cooperation. Yours sincerely, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic. Honorable members, in accordance with our standing orders and practice, this is referred to the Appointments Committee for consideration and report to the House. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to be heard on a matter that is very much related to the message that you just read the President to the House. Mr. Speaker, it's in statement by the President on the 14th day of May 2024. Mr. Speaker, regarding some ministers who clearly indicated that he had relieved them of their portfolios with immediate effect and proceeded to thank them for their public service. Mr. Speaker, there was another communication that indicated that some ministers have been reassigned. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the names of the ministers who were supposedly assigned, they were ministers whose names were part of those who had been relieved of their portfolios with immediate effect, effective that 14th day of February 2024. Mr. Speaker, so my point is to seek clarity from whether or not, pursuant to Article 81 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if I may read, it says that the office of a member of state, a minister of state, or a deputy minister shall become vacant if his appointment is revoked by the President. Mr. Speaker, my humble view is that the letter indicating the revocation of the portfolio of those number of ministers falls squarely within the meaning of Article 81A of the Constitution. But indeed, the Constitution mandates the President under Articles 78 and 79 to reappoint those dismissed ministers if he's minded to work with them again. But the procedure, in my humble view, is that those ministers whose portfolios were revoked subsequently have been given another portfolio to handle will necessarily have to be vetted by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the President cannot revoke publicly an appointment of a Minister of State and sometime later reassign those ministers to ministerial portfolios, because by the effect of the letter of revocation, those ministers were no longer occupying those ministerial portfolios for which they could be reassigned. And so I think that Parliament, it says authority to revet those persons before they can proceed to operate from the ministries they supposedly have been reassigned to. And Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a matter that is of extreme importance to the people, and I need some guidance, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I have indicated my preparedness to proceed to the Supreme Court if the executive doesn't clarify the matter. But considering that there's a message from the Office of the President indicating some additional names that have been slated for purposes of vetting for ministerial portfolios, I thought it prudent this matter to the attention of the House, and particularly your attention for clarity, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Member, I've heard you. I can only guide you. One, this matter has been referred to the committee. Race is an issue that the committee could discuss and capture in their report for the consideration of the whole House. Two, you have already mentioned that you intend to proceed to the Supreme Court in this matter. I think is the proper forum for the clarification of the provisions of the Constitution. What I can share with you is that the word revoke has more meaning than understood by many. When a minister is appointed, that is after Parliament gives the prior approval and the minister is appointed, the President issues an instrument of appointment. The instrument of office is what will actually give you that authority, the delegated authority, the delegated executive authority, which is in the President, to you for a specific sector of state. And so to get that out, that instrument has to be revoked. So the letters to us is just communication that this is the intention of the President. As to whether after that he follows through to revoke the instrument or not, we don't know. And these are matters, once you are going to court, you have to consider. So appointing an employee, a public servant, is different from appointing a minister of state. And so you have to take that on board as you ponder over what to do. But let's wait to see what is in the report of our committee, and we could take it up during the deliberations as to whether to give approval or not to give prior approval of the designate that the President has submitted to us. So with this, I think we can proceed on to other matters, and I hope the honourable member, even if you are not satisfied with this guidance, is something that you can continue for the future action. Yes, leadership.
Speaker, may we turn to order paper addendum and take item 1.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip. Because I don't have other people I didn't do. So I'm trying to get a copy.
The issue is that
Yes, minority from bench issue on his request that we take the number 1, item 1, on the order paper addendum.
Mr. Speaker, the order paper addendum 1, it has to do with the report on the leadership of the recomposition of the members of the ECOWAS Parliament. Speaker, we have no issue with it. We met and we've heard this kind of matter, so we can accordingly deal with it.
So, honourable members, we're back to public business, and we're taking the business on order paper addendum, item 1. papers for presentation. The following paper to be presented by the leader.
Speaker, may I seek your leave to take the item for and on behalf of the majority leader?
You may do so.
Speaker, let me further seek your leave to make an amendment to the first item, which was earlier laid. And Speaker, with your leave, I wish to withdraw the item that was laid earlier because it was fraught with some errors. So I need to withdraw the first item that was laid.
Permission granted?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Please proceed.
So I will further proceed to lay the item. However, we'll leave again. Let me make some amendment to the item as advertised. Speaker, you should rather read reports of leadership on the replace of some members of the delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament and the Pan-African.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've been informed that in the case of ECOWAS, their tenure has come to an end, and the need for us to recompose our delegation. So we do not need to change the names. We only recompose the new the delegation to ECOWAS. So, Mr. Speaker, I want my colleague to stick to the earlier rendition, the report of leadership on the recomposition of membership of ECOWAS Parliament. But when it comes to Pan-African, then it's a different story. That one is a replacement.
Yes, please, Majority.
Speaker, I think colleague leader is right. So the rendition replacement, yes, for in respect of Pan-African Parliament is not recomposition, it's replacement. So if the table office could capture that appropriately, and then I can go ahead and lay the item.
Honorable members, the title by the majority chief whip should read report on the recomposition of the membership of the ECOWAS Parliament and the replacement of some members of the delegation of the Pan-African Parliament. I hope it's well captured. To item 2, I should say that it's for distribution to all members of the House. Item 2. That's motion by the majority leader.
Speaker, I should also say that there should be consequential amendments as a result of the first amendment that was effected to the item. So it should follow through to the procedural motion as advertised.
Honorable members, it's a procedural motion, and with the consequential house, and so it will read that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 10 1, which requires that the motion not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the report of leadership on the recomposition of the membership of the ECOWAS Parliament and the replacement of some members of the delegation of the membership of the Pan-African Parliament may be moved today. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Members, the ayes have it. So we move to the substantive motion, which is item 3. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I rise to move that item as 3 on today's order paper addendum.
So before I second, please present the report before I second.
Honourable members, in view of the amendments, I think we will have to defer consideration for some, so that the clerk to the committee could capture this new, not just the title, but the other consequential implications in the report, so that we can now move the motion for adoption. So we can take some other items. Yes, Minority Leader, you wanted to say something?
Mr. Speaker, I was of the view that when he moves the motion and during the presentation of the report, those consequential issues that will come because of the change in the rendition, we could address it. For example, the names
are not in the report.
Yeah, so we could have announced the names as part of it, but I agree with you.
I think they should capture it in the report and then we'll handle it. That will be neater for the records. Could we now take the other items, two quick ones? Yes, please.
Speaker, I cannot help it but agree with my good Minority Leader, because the other items we have a challenge with it, and hence Speaker, we may have to focus on this one and dispense of it efficiently while we on the other items duly.
So, honourable members, we defer further consideration on this item, the report of leadership on the recomposition and replacement of members of the delegations to ECOWAS Parliament and Pan-African Parliament. And we move to order paper addendum 2. Order paper addendum 2. Honourable members, whilst we wait for the sponsors of the item on order paper addendum 2, could we take an item on?
When I listened to the majority chief whip and he said this is the main business that we needed to do, but I know we have the third reading of the proper human sexual rights bill. So if Mr. Speaker, we are waiting for the clerks on this, and Mr. Speaker, it's important that the clerks should work on it. So if you are reconstituting a committee or recomposing a committee, it's clear that the contributors on the motion are going to debate based on the people who are going to be members of that committee.
Second.
So what we said that we should buy time for the class to go and work on it, Mr. Speaker, is proper. But since that bill is there for us to work on, once they are working on this, then we can be working on the third reading of the proper sexual human rights bill. So that, Mr. Speaker, we say that tomorrow we are going to go into the debate to thank His Excellency the President for the state of the nation. So time is of essence, and we must use time judiciously. So let's go to the proper sexual human rights bill.
Honorable members, it's just to take this on whilst we wait for the reports. When the reports come in, we'll go back to them. Yes, you wanted to say something, Majority Chief Whip? Because I'm going to item 43 on the order paper, who deals with a motion that the human sexual rights, we amended the title, so there's no more proper. It's the human sexual rights and family value bills 2021 being now read the third time. But yes, you have something to say.
Speaker, nothing substantial except to say I had visited. I have no objection. I think we should proceed duly.
The process will have to be moved. Yes, please.
Speaker, just to the House attention to the fact that before we take the third reading, it's become the new procedure that the bill, as variously amended, would have been clearly tested and submitted for consideration, so that we would have ensured that all the amended provisions as carried.
Well, I'm not aware of that. My information is that it's now to be done. I don't know it's earlier been moved, but it's now that after the third reading is moved, a person will move for a second consideration of those clauses. But if it's already, I have not been briefed on that. Yes, please.
Right, Honourable Speaker, our understanding is that because every law is subject to the Constitution, those two clauses, but for clarity purposes, we just wanted to move those to be done so that we can then move to the third reading and get this done. So that subject, it just comes in at the intro, subject to the Constitution, because my understanding is it was done during the one of the second considerations, so that just be a referral like you've done with other ones to the 92 Constitution, and they will just reflect that in the paperwork.
My information is that that was not moved during the second stage. And so we'll have to move the third reading. And if the process, you all know, is before somebody wants us to go to the second consideration stage, we'll do so, and then these can be moved.
Honourable Speaker, I'm rising to the standing orders of the House. Order 1711 of the new standing orders, to request that we do a second consideration of the bill, just to insert these two provisions in clauses 10 and 11, if you so permit, Right Honourable Speaker.
Speaker, I rise to support the present motion for the House to go through the second consideration of the present bill. I do so anchoring my rule. Once the House goes through second consideration, the next stage will be a second consideration after third review. I pray that we do so.
There is the bill titled the Human Sexual Rights and Family Bill 2021 to further second consideration stage. Those in favor say aye. Those say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. It's ordered that the bill be taken through further second consideration stage.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to move an amendment that clause 10 and 11 of the bill be subjected to the Constitution, and with your guidance, direction be given to the draft person to effect same. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, clause 10. Yes.
For the present amendment. Thank you.
No, clause 10. We have to take the clauses one by one.
Mr. Speaker, clause 10, amendments proposed. Insert subject to the 1992 Constitution. Insert subject to the 1992 Constitution before a person.
I know you want to say subject to the provisions of the Constitution. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed subject to the provision of the Constitution. And the new rendition will be subject to the provision of the Constitution. A, through technological platform. Then, Mr. Speaker, the rest will follow. I so moved.
Honorable members, the motion that has just been moved is for us to, in clause 10, 1, insert subject to the provisions of the Constitution, comma, then you go execution. Yes, is there any issue?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
I rise to support the motion, that the amendment proposed in clause 11. Clause 10, that subject to the provision of the Constitution be inserted. I thank you.
Honorable members, the motion is for your consideration, and I believe this is quite clear. The intention is to make sure that those provisions of editorial policy and others are not affected by those provisions that goes in the bill. It's just to make assurance double sure. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourables, I now put the question on the whole of clause 10. And the question is that clause 10 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Of the bill. Clause 11.
Mr. Speaker, clause 11, sub-clause 1, amendment proposed. Before A, insert subject to the provisions of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be clause 11, sub-clause 1. Subject to the provisions of the Constitution, a person who, comma, then, Mr. Speaker, the A, B will follow. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, no, I need not second it. Mr. Speaker, just by way of ensuring clarity, the provision in its original state prohibits all forms of editorial policy of the media regarding this subject matter. And now the subject matter is being qualified to say that this enactment is being subjected to the way our debate will be a guide. Our debate for the judiciary. Because when a person is being prosecuted, only what we said in this chamber. So my prayer is that our colleagues should give us further and better particulars going back to second consideration. I agree. I just want the record to reflect that you as sponsors have had cause to come back to do further work by taking us back again to second consideration. Yes, the impression given that when a member is coming in second consideration, they want to delay you. But on your own, you've done second consideration, 2 applications to second consideration. I just wanted, yes, sure, but doing it again, which is good. It means that what it means is that the sponsors themselves agree that when issues are raised, there's a need for them to go back. I am looking at this again, and I feel to come with further amendment to support you. And that from what you are doing is good for us because, Mr. Speaker, I'm reading it and it appears that we need to tie certain knots from doing now that in spite of the law, to subject it to the Constitution. I'm going to assist greatly for us to meet for. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I want Majority Leader to know that the motion for the second consideration of the bill has been moved within our standing and reference has been made to standard 171. So it is not an issue. I also further want him to know that subjecting clause 10 and 11 to the provisions of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, it is only indicating to us
that subject to those clauses, the Constitution stands supreme and it's right with the Constitution itself. So I don't know where lies the ambiguity in clause 10 and clause 11 being subjected to 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. If the leader is saying that he has a problem with the entire clause 10 and clause 11 of the Constitution of the law, then it's a different thing.
But we have to keep on debating this matter. Well, the motion is simply to insert what we've already inserted in clause 10 after clause 11, subclause 1, insert subject to the provisions of the Constitution. Then you go, a person who, that is what is being posed. So those in favor of the proposal of clause 11. And the question is that clause 11 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. 11 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Further consideration? Yes, Majority Leader.
Clause 12. I beg to rely on the proviso introduced by the sponsors to further amend clause 12, which will reflect the thinking of the sponsors regarding the amendment introduced in clause 10 and Mr. Speaker, accordingly, clause 2, a new rendition read, subject to that are here for, to the effect that it's not our first time of enacting a law and subjecting law to the dictates of the Constitution. So if they are thinking under 10 and 11, if they are thinking under 10 and 11 is that they don't want to disturb or obstruct editorial of the media because they know that the editorial policies vis-a-vis press freedom is guaranteed under the Constitution. Then it necessarily follows that anything being debated under 12 should equally be subject to the Constitution so that we don't, as it were, create a certain impression. So, Mr. Speaker, if that is their thinking, then I'm with them on all fours. Therefore, I pray that they accept this proposal and so that this is carried. I thank you.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. It's for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Muntaka.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to beg leave of the lead that he should spare us pain he wants to take us through. He knows that when it came to 10 and 11, there was some specific reasons stated just for the avoidance of the doubt. Because, Mr. Speaker, from clause 1 to the last clause, everything we are doing this is subject to the Constitution. Let's open it up. If you are not careful, Mr. Speaker, you will take us to 13, to 14, and then go to 1 and start all over again. But, Mr. Speaker, everything that we are doing in this House, Mr. Speaker, as we all rightly is subject to the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, I want members, let's not prolong this debate. Let's put the question and reject what he wants to do so that we can make progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, with the greatest of respect to the majority leader, there is a thinking behind the amendments that were done in 10 and 11. 10 and 11 deal with media freedoms, which is what is spelled out in Article 162(1) of the Constitution. Clause 12 is dealing with funding of activities.
there is no constitutional provision for funding activities of groups in the country. And that's why you cannot apply subject to the Constitution, which is protecting a constitutional provision of media freedoms in 162 that says group persons who fund groups also have some protection in the Constitution. Then the point that Honorable Muntaka Mubarak made, every other clause in this bill is subject to the Constitution. And borrowing the Speaker, you said we were adding that amendment to make assurances double sure. There are no assurances that we will double sure relative to persons who fund. And so, respectfully, we are opposed to the amendment that has been moved. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I came to fight by the law, the very law that we are all subjecting ourselves to. If my colleagues will go with me to Article 17, Article 17.2 of the fundamental laws. With respect, Mr. Speaker, your leave, a person must be discriminated against on grounds of gender, color, ethnic origin, religion, creed, or social or economic status. I'm able to argue my point, so you take it easy. Mr. Speaker, this provision is to protect the vulnerable in society. This provision, Mr. Speaker, they are very intolerant. If they are doing this law, you want it to be one-sided? When you get up, you argue freely. When somebody is opposing you, then you say they are delaying you. Mr. Speaker, are these Democrats? Are these people Democrats? So you keep quiet and listen. Mr. Speaker, you cannot enact to prohibit an individual or a group, a rights group, from supporting a vulnerable in society. You cannot. Let's talk about protecting press freedom. That provision to the constitutional imperative. And I'm pointing out to you that this particular provision must also be subject to Constitution. And Article 17.2 is a major guide. I am fortified by Article 17.2. I am against aspects of the bill. You can say what you want to say, but my view is that I am against aspects of the bill. I don't support pedophiles. A pedophile must go to jail. And that provision, that is why my amendment did not attack those pedophiles. That somebody who is introducing a child to sex, molesting or abusing a child cannot be given community sentence. That person's place is in jail. So I support aspects of the bill that are consistent and right. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. The sponsors, that is why I had asked them to clarify, and they can clarify that all they are doing is to ensure that this law is consistent with the Constitution. If that is the case, then I'm drawing your attention to another important point, that the same Constitution under Article 17.2 makes a provision, which provision you must cater for in the law. Right here. So, move the motion. I'm drawing the attention.
Honorable Majority Leader, your point has been well made and understood. So I want to give opportunity to others to contribute.
Yeah.
Yes. Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to vehemently oppose the majority leader regarding his amendment, and to know that in the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, Chapter 12 is dedicated to freedom and independence of the media. That is the reason, that's the rationale behind subjecting clause 10 and 11 to the provisions of the Constitution. But the amendment proposing is prohibiting funding, promoting, and facilitating activities of LGBTQ, which the bill is seeking to proscribe. How do we subject it to the constitutional provision based on Article 17.2 as he read? Mr. Speaker, Article 17.2 says, a person shall seek status. Mr. Speaker, we are not discriminating. We are proscribing using your money to fund, to promote the activity which will become illegal the passage of this particular law. So I don't agree with him subject to the provision of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I am opposed.
I put a honorable members, let me give you 5 minutes. Yes, we hear what he wants to say, because you know our rules even allow. Our rules allow even our rules allow it. You can enter and then vote. So even if he hasn't heard what we've said, he has the right to contribute to what is on the floor. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And so, in the end, there will be a decision whether I heard what was going on or I haven't heard what is going on. Mr. Speaker, in all of this, some of us have been very quiet when this whole issue came up and the debates, particularly the day when you caught everybody by surprise and you said, whoever wants to speak should rise up in their space. Not a single soul was able to rise up in their space. It all shows how delicate, how complicated this matter is. But, Mr. Speaker, no matter delicate or complicated, I think we must also be careful we don't offend against the tenets of the Constitution. Everybody accepts that ultimately the supreme law of the country, Mr. Speaker, is the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the promoters originally came up with what we have. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's also public knowledge that you have put your full weight behind getting this bill passed. I'm not sure the issue should be so controversial, because I suspect that my colleagues understand the importance of this document. They have come up with this amendment, Mr. Speaker, that the 10 and the 11 should all be read in conjunction with the. So they're saying that subject to the Constitution. I don't have any difficulty with that at all, because if it is the supreme law, then any subsidiary legislation should conform with that. Now, what I don't understand is why there is so much cacophony about the
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, thanks for the patience and tolerance. I have a number of delegations waiting on me, but I had to suspend sitting because I had called somebody to come and see me. And the person came, I gave the person 30 minutes, but we used 1 hour. Anyway, before I got out, the person has left. So I took the time to refresh and to come back. So we are ready to move on. Yes, you are to move a motion.
That is so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, subject to the leave presently granted by the House, I move that the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021 be now read the title. Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion in the affirmative.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last week we concluded the second consideration of this bill. We were supposed to have moved to third reading, and upon application by the sponsors, you indicated that the rule allows for 24 hours of suspension. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, we complied with the rules without invoking the exceptional circumstance provision in the rules. The Speaker, today, the sponsors came and moved this House for further second consideration, which the House obliged them. Mr. Speaker, I found wisdom in their position in view of the fact that for further consideration, and the amendments they propose, which this House carried, are very profound, that they are saying that they now would want to subject certain provisions to the Constitution. And I agree, because the fundamental law of this land is the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I humbly pray that you grant me leave, which leave would allow me to formally file some amendments I have to this bill. But the sponsors themselves again and again filed amendments. Please, let's be fair. The sponsors themselves again and again filed amendments. Please hear me. Please accommodate me. I'm not the only one who is coming with an application for second consideration. This is the third time that the sponsors themselves have come to this House for second consideration. The third time. Twice on notice, one without notice. So, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't be out of place to pray, to be accommodated, to enable me file my amendments. Mr. Speaker, I believe that instead of going viva voce, instead of using the extempore approach, if I file and it's same appear on paper and members are able to read, they will get a sense of my point, and then we'll be able to have a law that all of us would appreciate its import. Mr. Speaker, should we hurriedly suspend the rules and say that we are past it, it means that the doors would have been shut on this floor, on me as a member with my own bona fides, just as they do. We have allowed the sponsors today, Mr. Speaker. When the sponsors came, they said they have further amendment. By the way, Mr. Speaker, at the time this whole bill was considered, we were supposed to straight away go to third reading because it was ripe for third reading. But the sponsors came with an application for a further second consideration. In other words, though we had moved past second consideration, they came back again for second consideration. Nobody opposed it because they had good reasons to do so. Mr. Speaker, the application, the prayer, Mr. Speaker, I'm not really making an application which application would have to be subjected to a vote. I'm not making an application properly so-called. I'm not making an application properly so-called. I am appealing to the chair that in the spirit of consensus building, as has always been part of our practice, I am appealing to my colleagues through Mr. Speaker that in view of the changes that have been introduced by the sponsors themselves, I feel inclined by that to do further amendments. Mr. Speaker, perhaps one of the reasons why my amendment and order on clause 12 failed was because it had not been advertised and that members were not on notice. My friend Deflemako, my friend Sam George, and colleagues who are part of this process, let's accommodate each other. The beauty of this democracy is when we are able to listen to each other. No matter how long it may be, you have your day. It's an appeal. So, Mr. Speaker, please grant my prayer. If I bring my amendment and those amendments fail, there's no problem. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Honourable members.
I was simply going to say that the train has just already left the station. The majority leader is often quoted as saying, this is the House of Rules. Rules on the suspension of standing orders 3-1 is rightly in our standing orders. It's been moved, seconded, and right on the Speaker, you can quote the standing orders on your application in the standing orders. So, right on Speaker, my submission is that we allow the process to go forward.
Mr. Speaker, I can only bring my prayer after the motion has been seconded. So it isn't the case that the horses are bolted and I'm dealing with an empty stable. No. The matter must come before the House, before you can speak to it. So at the time he was moving the motion, I couldn't have been interjected. That is not a procedure, with respect, honourable colleague.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Bejra.
Mr. Speaker, our colleague, the majority leader, just asked for a prayer. In the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 3, the Bible says that to everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under the heaven. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1. And I believe the time for the third reading of this bill is now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Put the question.
I'm going to put the question. I'm going to put the question that the motion has been moved and seconded. And I left it for your consideration. You've made your point. And it's not for me to take the decision, it's for the House to take the decision. And so I put the question. Those in favor that the
Relax. Mr. Speaker, there is an intervening matter. As it is now, the motion is not standing on its four legs in absolute terms. I have brought an intervening matter before you. Mr. Speaker, respectfully,
Honorable Member, I think we have listened to you enough. So let me put the question. Aye. Those against, say no. On it. The Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021 is read the third time and passed.
An act to provide for human sexual rights and family values and related matters.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I may inquire from you, one, what becomes of my prayer? Mr. Speaker, I made a prayer to you, and that prayer was to the effect that before we go for the third reading, I be allowed to file my amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I did indicate that the respondents themselves have been given an opportunity 3 times. I was given an opportunity.
Honorable Leader, you did. That is true. You did make a prayer which you amended by saying it's through me to the House. You initially said you were making a prayer to me. There was some intervention from the other side, and you amended it to say it was a prayer through me to the House. You were seeking that leave from the House to get some time, not to move your proposed amendment viva voce, but to file it so that members can read to understand. And so I had to defer to the House, and the decision has been taken. In fact, when you people were talking and you were mentioning about the train being at the station, it reminded me of the song I learned in primary school. I'm sure you all learned that song. The train is at the station, waiting for rich and poor. Some have bought their tickets and they are about to join the train, crying. Honorable members, please, we now have the report of the committee on the other item we deferred. And I will plead that we move on to that, which deals with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we've just passed the third reading of sexual human rights. Mr. Speaker, there were 2 bills pending for third reading. And Mr. Speaker, the anti-doping bill, which is due for third reading, Mr. Speaker, because of the program, national program that we are having. Mr. Speaker, I think it's better we proceed with that. Mr. Speaker, the reconstitution of committees, if care is not taken, that one is going to call for a lot of debate. So since in mathematics they say let's group like terms, Mr. Speaker, it will be better we go to the anti-doping bill. When we finish, we can go to the reconstitution of committees. Mr. Speaker, we have time. It's better we do that, Mr. Speaker. This, I think, will help the country to be able to host the All-African Games that we are hosting, Mr. Speaker. I call for the anti-doping bill. Let's go for that. Let's do that thing.
Honorable Member, that is item what? Item.
Mr. Speaker, is item 3 on addendum 2.
Other people addendum 2. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we are rather taking other people at best, and then we are dealing with the ECOWAS and Pan-African Parliament delegation as the first item, after which we'll go on to take the anti-doping bill. So, Speaker, we've already laid the...
Honorable members, the request from the majority from bench is that first, which deals with this of members of the delegations to ECOWAS and Pan-African parliaments. So please, let's take other paper addendum and it's now been changed to order paper addendum number 3 in view of the earlier amendments that were proposed to the title of the business before us. So it's now order paper addendum 3, page 1. At the commencement of public business, we've been on it for some time now. Item 1, motion, majority leader and minority leader, but majority leader will start.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move this House in terms of the motion as advertised as motion number 1 on today's order paper. I so move, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. That is a procedural motion. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. And so we proceed to suspend Standing Order 104. Move to item 2 on the order paper addendum 3. Motion to be moved by Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move this Honorable House to adopt the report of leadership on the recomposition of membership of ECOWAS Parliament and the replacement of some members of delegation to Pan-African. Which one?
Yes, please.
When we get to the resolution, I'm not moving the resolution.
No, you are moving the motion.
Mr. Speaker, our colleagues are saying that some amendments have to be moved now. I'm saying that when we get there, it will be done. Okay. That's on the resolution.
Yes, you're right.
So, Mr. Speaker, I shall rely on the report of leadership and simply say that, Mr. Speaker, for the ECOWAS Parliament, so far all member countries have submitted. It's left with Ghana, and the Secretary General indicates that swearing in would be somewhere next week. And because of some intervening matters, we could not get this thing done. So, Mr. Speaker, the urgency is that we have to do same. Mr. Speaker, we have 8-member delegation. 8-member delegation, and as we indicated earlier, we have the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader coming in, and Honorable Abdul Razak Tahidu also coming in. We've had 2 members who were previously with the delegation now out, and Mr. Speaker, we believe that this composition would do justice to the interest of Ghana's parliament and the sub-regional parliament. Mr. Speaker, also on the Pan-African Parliament, we all know that our colleague Ophelia Mensah has been nominated for the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and per the protocols of the legislature, a member cannot hold an office in that parliament and also be a member of the executive. So accordingly, that has also necessitated the need to have a woman to replace our dear colleague who has now earned a ministerial appointment. So, Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall pray the House to approve this report. I thank you, sir.
The Speaker, I also rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I would like to bring to the House's attention that our side of the House largely maintain the members on the ECOWAS Parliament. We decided to maintain Honorable Samson Ahi, who is already a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejira, also a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, and Honorable Ladi Ayi Ayamba, also a member of the ECOWAS Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the only change you see from our side has to do with Honorable Ayarega Mahama, who himself said that he will wait someone replaces him. So in doing so, we replace him with the Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa, the Deputy Minority Leader, who obviously is right for him to be there because, Mr. Speaker, the tradition has always been that deputy leaders lead the delegation for both sides of the House in ECOWAS Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I urge the House for us to approve this report because, Mr. Speaker, it's largely more of the same, and the only difference is what I've said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the members who have been privileged to be part of the ECOWAS Parliament. Mr. Speaker, looking through the names, these are seasoned members of this House who, I believe, when we send them to ECOWAS, Abuja, they are going to make the Parliament of Ghana and Ghana as a whole very proud. Mr. Speaker, however, I have few observations and reservations. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the ECOWAS delegation has always been, in my 16 years, in majority leader. Mr. Speaker, yes, I have a problem. We have conventions and rules of procedure and rules of engagement. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is a member of the IPU, that is the World Parliament, Interparliamentary Union. Mr. Speaker, he is also a member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, he is also a member of the delegation that goes to the National Congress of Legislators in US. So, Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, if you add the membership of ECOWAS to the to the majority leader, we are going to have an absentee majority leader in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, it's for good reasons that the deputy majority leaders are always made to lead ECOWAS delegation. Mr. Speaker, in my first year, the leader of the ECOWAS delegation was Honorable Alfred Agbesi, the MP for Ashama, who was the deputy majority leader. Mr. Speaker, you were the leader of this house and you were not a minister for parliamentary affairs. Even, Mr. Speaker, your good self, to chair committees in this house, you said the work of the leader of the house is enough, and therefore we should take you out from the finance committee, take you out from the business committees, and allow the other leadership to work. Mr. Speaker, the first deputy speaker is a member of the Pan-African Parliament. The chief whips and the deputy leaders are members of these regional delegations. So, if you are changing the tradition, it's not taken. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying this because of Honorable Afenyo-Markin. I'm saying it because when Honorable Afenyo-Markin was the deputy majority leader, he benefited from that convention. And therefore, if today Honorable Patricia Appiah-Jane is a female and a leader, deputy majority leader, also benefit, and she's not an. Mr. Speaker, what am I saying? Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because even if you take the 8 membership delegation and take the 4 members from the majority side, there is no female. Why? At the time when you are passing the affirmative action bill, you are breaching it at best. Mr. Speaker, I think the deputy majority leader must take a cue from your leadership. And the majority leader must also take a cue from your good self. When we send the leader of the house to see, that's why Honorable Osei Mensah Bonsu happened to be the vice chairman, international vice chairman of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the whole world. So if today we have Honorable Afenyo-Markin, he must go to CPA. He must go to IPU. He must go to NCSL. He must lead the house as well. ECOWAS, you will be there for 21 days. Who will be leading the house? You will be going to localized meetings. Who will be leading the house? Mr. Speaker, the majority leadership position is not just for one person. It's an office in its own. If it doesn't function well, the house cannot function. So, Mr. Speaker, we must not overload the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this, we must not overload any time. I'm a deputy whip, and I know the management of this house, Mr. Speaker, I must support him to succeed. Therefore, when I see the red light and the yellow light, I have to raise it. So I'm not raising this red flag for nothing. Mr. Speaker, I think we have not yet passed the resolution to adopt this. If the majority leader wanted to be in ECOWAS, you should have declined to remain as deputy majority leader and be there. You cannot move from class 1 to class 2 and say you are the class 1 class captain. Mr. Speaker, how can this be possible? You are in class 2 and you are still holding on the class captainship for the class 1. Honestly speaking, Mr. Speaker, we must call a spade. And Mr. Speaker, very soon, as a leader of the House is going to be the liaison officer for this legislature and the executive itself, because that is the practice on the convention. So if today we are lucky, even, Mr. Speaker, if you were to be a member of the ECOWAS Parliament in transition, that wouldn't have been a problem. But where we are, the tenure of office of all the 8 members in ECOWAS Parliament has elapsed. We are now reconstituting Ghana's delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament. So we should not commit this dangerous mistake. And I think, Mr. Speaker, where we are, even though Leadership have the power to reconstitute committees. But it doesn't mean that if they say share the thing, it doesn't mean take it. They say share. Leader will say share. Let everybody get on. Mr. Speaker, having been in leadership for 12 years, I've learned a lot from you. When Haruna Honorable was okay, he said, take me away from Finance Committee. When Honorable Atu was the ranking member on Finance, he also said, take it, I don't know, take it. That is leadership in this, and that's the convention. You can't be a minority leader and be a committee chairman. Majority leader of the, and we are looking for a majority leader, he's in Abuja. The Speaker, March, you are going to Switzerland for Interparliamentary Union as leader of the House. From there, when you come, ECOWAS Parliament, I've been there before. They go 3 times a year. 3 times. If you add the delocalized meetings, 5 times. And the longest one is almost 1 month. Sometimes it coincides with our meetings. Even members who are not in leadership, sometimes we used to airlift them for them to come and vote in this house, in this hanged parliament. And you are the leader of the house. And you want to be the class captain for class 1, while you have been promoted to class 2. Leader, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I beg to plead on the honorable majority leader to do the honorable thing willingly, because he belongs to 4 international delegations. 3. If you add this one, 4. Abba. And you say democracy. Democracy means share the thing equally, equity. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not belaboring. I think, having been in the leadership, now, Mr. Speaker, I'm raising this because if you take the inner circle, I have been privileged. I'm the longest serving member in the leadership now. So I'm the grandpa. And I believe in equity and sharing. And I'm a social democrat. I'm the grandpa of the leadership. Honorable Afenyo, I'm your grandfather. When it comes to the leadership, I've been here for 12 years. You are just in the 4th year. So, don't breach the convention. We've been looking for women to lead those delegations. Fortunately, being that a woman, second time a woman is occupying that position. When Honorable Sarah Gasafu was there, she was in the Pan-African Parliament. When you changed her, you were in ECOWAS Parliament. Now, Honorable Chairman didn't belong to any of them. He belonged to CPA, NCSL, and IPU. Therefore, nobody, when we go there, you have to lead all of us with the Speaker. So if we add this one to you, it will be problematic. And I think you will step down and find somebody. My brother, Honorable Ajenin Boate, is there. Just said, Olowa is there. You have the men. So, Mr. Speaker, no, he's stepping down. So you have the numbers. You have the numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, nobody is encouraging me. I told them that this thing is wrong. And I must speak out. I can't be here, keep quiet, for you to commit this one. Because Mr. Speaker himself, when he was leading us, he refused himself for even commercial, even finance committee and others. He said, take. That's what I'm saying that you must learn. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to also join in congratulating the members on the ECOWAS Parliament. I know many of them have been retained, except 2 that for the first time, based on what I have read, the Honorable Mahama Ayarga resigned, and now the Deputy Minority Leader is coming to join. And then we also have Honorable Aziz Ayaba, the Deputy Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be invited to what my colleague Honorable Ahmed said, because he concluded by
contradicting himself, because he said that the deputy majority leader go to ECOWAS. He concluded by saying when Honorable Ajua Safu was deputy leader, she was at Pan-African Parliament. So he doesn't hold anything. But I want to actually bring it to his notice that the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader is at the IPU. Myself and you have attended interparliamentary parliament meetings with her on 3 different occasions. And we are planning to go to Geneva in Switzerland on IPU. And she is part of the delegation. So it is not the case that the Deputy Majority Leader is not part of any international body. And if it might be so it is the case that you can now speak for Honorable Patricia Apiaji, but you can't speak to Honorable Amabua. He was not a member until now. He has been deputy leader, not today. But you hate him to an extent that you don't care about him until such a day today that we are making the amendment. So you should not be able to take side when we are making these committees. The most important thing is that these members, one have resigned, one have actually, been made a deputy minister designate, and you should not be able to contradict and try to say that we are shortchanging. The majority leader is leading the government delegation or the ECOWAS team. He is capable. You are not the ECOWAS delegation. He is capable. He is able to be able to combine to do this. It is not for you to determine whether he can do that or not. Yes, your leader can be able to do that. And you should. You shouldn't just even conclude, Ahmed, by saying that. You shouldn't conclude by just saying that, yes, you must have been in leadership for 3 times. So shall I say that your minority leader, your deputy minority leader, your minority chief whip, I am their senior in leadership. I've been there 3.5. They just came. Can I also say that? So you shouldn't conclude by saying that, because your minority leader, your deputy minority leader, and your minority chief whip, I am their senior in leadership. And they should also know that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mutala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering whether I should start with congratulating those who have been nominated or not, because I have serious problems with the nominees. I would have said a monkey has no business in the playground of dogs. But since it borders on the sanctity of this house, a bastion of democracy, and one of the most important arms of democracy is the legislature. Mr. Speaker, you are well aware you can have a government without parliament, but you can't have democracy without parliament. To that extent, whatever we do here epitomizes our ability to uphold the democratic principles. Need I say that that is the view that is held by many of us, that in terms of positioning and participating in committees in this house, sadly, it seems to be a classical case of animal farm. Sadly, I have a problem with leadership constituting, or some leaders constituting members of this committee. How do members grow experience? And Mr. Speaker, check in the committees of this house. There are certain committees that are reserved for leadership. It doesn't matter the capacity and the ability of members to contribute meaningfully to the work of those committees. They are specifically reserved for a class of people. And that's why I say it can't be justified to say that it's a classical case of animal farm. Now, the justification in having leaders in those committees, could we have the committees or members constituted without having leaders in it? And will they achieve the very same set objective we want to achieve as a house and as a sub-regional and continental representation of members of parliament? And that is why I have a problem with this. I agree with Honorable Ahmed that it has nothing to do with persons. It has to do with democracy. And in democracy, people should have the liberty, the freedom to express their convictions on any issue. And that is why
Honorable Member, let me listen to the Majority Chief Whip. I'll come back to you.
Speaker, I often don't do this, and I have a great deal of respect to my colleague. But the statement he made that some committees are reserved for leadership, it portends as being derogatory, but it is actually backed by our standing orders. The new standing orders, and if you check the previous standing orders, some committees are reserved for leadership and is backed by the standing orders. So that should be said in proper context, not to mean something that they are doing to as a disadvantage to other members. Honorable Mutala, you are a very seasoned politician, and when you are saying it, you say it in proper context, then people can appreciate it, both sides.
Thank you, Mr. I think that the issue of appreciating whatever anybody says here is relative. Some may appreciate it in a way, others wouldn't appreciate it that way. I want to believe that those who are listening to me with clear mind would have a proper appreciation of the statement I made. I am aware, Mr. Speaker, that our conduct of business in this House is regulated by either the Constitution of Ghana or the standing orders. So I am well aware that constituting committees is determined by the standing orders of the House. But what I said is that that is the perception many people have. At least, I'm not Wabai Nje. This is my second term in this House. The current majority leader, myself and he served in a particular committee. Mr. Speaker, maybe perhaps we'll have a story to tell one day how we're all removed from that committee, myself and he. People have the right to demand answers from leadership. If we do not have confidence in leaders, we won't have them as leaders. We have confidence in Mr. Speaker, for which reason we demanded the right things be done, which ensure that he's the leader today. If we compromise the standing orders and the Constitution, I really don't think that he would have been the leader today. Because we uphold the principles as spelled out in the Constitution and the standing orders. But you see, maybe perhaps some of our colleagues will not have the courage to speak out the way I'm speaking out. But that is the fact. That is what we discuss among ourselves. So, humbly and honorably, to avoid some of these things, I just want the guidance of the Speaker and perhaps leadership. Whether the responsibilities that are supposed to be discharged by our members in both the ECOWAS Parliament and the Pan-African Parliament be discharged without necessarily having leadership in those committees or those members who are going to be representing us in those parliaments, both the ECOWAS and Pan-African Parliament. If indeed they can discharge their responsibility, I humbly would suggest, considering the workload of this House, forget of what they are supposed to be attending internationally. Even here, don't they have enough in their hands that it will be extremely difficult for them to do that adequately, effectively, and efficiently, since we have other members who can do that? Mr. Speaker, I rest my case, and I would want your intervention in this matter.
Honourable members, unless you insist, I thought that we should defer further consideration of this matter and allow leadership to go and take a second look at it. The formation of the ECOWAS Parliament was through the initiative of Ghana's Parliament, then led by Right Honourable Francis Daniel Annan. And at the inaugural stage, we were asked to nominate, that was in 2000, members of the House to go and represent us. It was then very difficult, but the delegation was led by a deputy speaker. That was Honorable Kenneth Girasa. So that is our baby, Ghana's baby. We had a representative from the NCP. It was a lady from Western region. the name, not Gladys Asma. It was NCP. There was the lady was in the same party with our member who became Minister for Health and died recently from the mountainside. Nyoma Donko. They were together. And then Alice Boom. They were the first. Really, after that, we were able to concretize a formula for the membership. But usually it's left to leadership. When in 2001, we were to constitute the membership, the draft was done by our very respected veteran, Honorable J.H. Mensah. Initially, he had the concept that the leadership of the House should lead and be there. So his name was first. He was then leader of government business. And my name was second because I was minority leader. And then some other names were added. And we took it to Justice Anand to discuss, then the speaker. I said Justice Anand, Peter Lajeti. There that I raised the issue that it was not advisable and not in the interest of Ghana for the leaders of the House to be members of the ECOWAS Parliament. And so his name, J.H. Mensah, and my name should be removed from the list. And we should give it to our deputies to go and lead. J.H. immediately saw wisdom in it and then down. He actually, after that, left the meeting. He didn't want to participate in the discussion again, and we constituted the delegation. That is how we started. This issue that has been raised is a key issue, and I think that leadership should go and reconsider this matter. I didn't want to be part of it. It's just now I also looked and saw the membership. If I had had the opportunity of discussing with leaders, I think it would have been differently composed. So leadership, please take a kind look at it, and then let us get a new recomposition. It's very important that we create opportunities for each and everyone to experience what we really call multi-party democracy. It's a very wide concept that is practiced differently. And until you are exposed to the global arena, you just think that it's about majority, minority, duopoly in parliament, arguing over issues. It's more than that. So I would prefer that you recompose it differently to give opportunity to others, particularly our women, because our image is not too bright because of the number of female MPs that we have, and many a times we are lagging behind when it comes to numbers of women. As a result of that, many of the associations, parliamentary associations, have resolved that if any parliamentary delegation to any of those associations do not include female MPs, you lose some votes. There are some entitlements you lose as a country. So let's take this one seriously. Unless the majority leader with his colleagues want to immediately take action now, and then we go on. If not, maybe there is a need for further consideration. Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I would want to reflect on a statement made by Donald Rumsfeld, a former defense minister of the United States, Secretary of Defense, when in an interview he said there are unknown knowns and there are some known unknowns. Mr. Speaker, a week ago you sat in this your noble chair and said that there are things you know from where you sit that many do not know. Based on that, I would say, Mr. Speaker, when we get into concrete, there are matters that I would want to discuss. But, Mr. Speaker, Hansard must bear me witness on the matters that my respected colleague Ibrahim Ahmed raised, which I felt was personal. One, he can say anything for the records, but to attribute selfishness to me is never my nature. And I shall respond by telling you that at ECOWAS Parliament, although as a leader of delegation, I was supposed to take a chairmanship, I gave that chairmanship to Honorable Amayo Chairman. There was also another position for vice chair. I gave it to Honorable Ladi. And I was a mere rapporteur. My colleagues with me know me. Those who have dealt with me know who I am, with respect. Two, you talked about the majority leader belonging to IPU, CPA, and other international bodies. You know that we are in transition. And Honorable Chairman Sabonsu is holding certain positions there. We've had some discussions, at least. My view is that since you are a colleague in leadership, and you say you have been there for 12 years, I'm new, I concede. I came to meet you in this house. You could have spared me by engaging me. Because Honorable Munta, can I talk? I'm saying that prior to, you could have engaged me to find out the rationale, what is the discussion. Honorable Muntaka Mubarak engaged me, and he got the explanation as to why the nature of the composition. So my view is that we are in leadership. If you wanted to raise issues, you could have. Now, the proviso, the precedents that you are referring to, we've not always had a deputy leader leading a delegation to ECOWAS. Let the record reflect rightly. In any event, when you had changes in your leadership, the chief whip is not on Pan-African Parliament. Please, let's come to equity and do equity and with clean hands. If we are talking about principle, let's be fair. All I am saying is that I've just come. My predecessor, I can't just go and remove him. We've engaged in some discussions. And it has to take time. And I had a call yesterday that is only left with Ghana, Mr. Speaker. And my deputy and I have had some discussions. And those discussions have been held in good faith. And they are saying it's only left with Ghana. So we agree that this thing, we go and come. Even when you are a member and you are nominated as a deputy minister, you can just be removed. It's just a matter of changes. Honorable Ahi and I know certain engagement we are having at the ECOWAS Parliament, which is necessitating the need for my being there so that we do what we have to do. So engage me off the records. But if you go so personal, as though with respect, I have come to leadership, I am trying to collect various chairship, I want to be on every committee. I mean, that impression is really not right. Now, I was taken aback. But anyway, it's your bona fide, as I always say, to say what you want to say. Mr. Speaker, we take a cue. But I'm saying that there are good reasons why we have done this. I discussed with the minority leader, and we agreed that this be done for the time being. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no problem at all. And we don't have to rush things. We have to take our time and then do the needful. Because the former leader occupies important positions at the parliament where, you know, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is saying that I, as majority leader, I cannot just go and say that because I'm majority leader today, I am going in my capacity as majority leader to remove him. It's never done. We are a democracy, as we said. So we take our time. The man is occupying an important office. So please, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, at least in the minimum, understand the chamber work. I know of the conventions and practices. So when you are coming at me, please avoid certain language that learn. You concluded by saying, so he should learn. It's not acceptable. At least for the time being, I'm your leader. If you don't respect me, who else will respect me? With respect. So, Mr. Speaker, I take a cue from you. I, however, pray that the motion as moved be considered now. We have good reasons for making this interim arrangement. And, Mr. Speaker, in due time, certain decisions will be taken to reflect the exact sentiment of the House. I humbly so pray you, sir.
Honorable members, there's good reason why these things are referred to you leaders to submit the report. And so when you come and you yourself disagree on the floor, it becomes a very difficult matter for the House. But let me listen to Honorable Bejira. I got indication that the former majority leader also want to have a bite. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion for the changes in both ECOWAS Parliament and. The motion has been referred. They said they should go and look at it. Mr. Speaker, just as the majority leader has mentioned, all the national parliament have submitted their names. It is left with Ghana to submit its name. Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to be sworn in, that's for the 6th legislature, on the 9th of March, which is just next week. And the names must reach the Secretary General in Abuja for us to be included. Mr. Speaker, the 5th legislature, those of us who were there, I must say that we distinguish ourselves very well. And I want to commend my colleagues who were in the 5th legislature in ECOWAS Parliament. However, Mr. Speaker, I was expecting that the majority side that submitted 4 male or 4 honorable members of Parliament who are men. And as we spoke, we discussed the last time, we thought that with this current 6th legislature, we will have 2 female, one from an honorable, one from the minority side, and one from the majority side. Unfortunately, the names that we have seen so far, fortunately, we have one of our colleagues who has been made a minister of state, and I was expecting that that minister, the Honorable Ayamba, who has been made a minister of state, who has been replaced, will have a female MP to replace him. But unfortunately, we are seeing that another male has replaced him again, having 4 of them as male and 3 of us and 1 female from our side. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about ECOWAS Parliament, not Pan-African Parliament. If you go to ECOWAS Parliament now, almost every country that comes with other 2 ladies. It's only Ghana that came with only 1 lady, and we are going back again with 1 lady. And so I want to appeal to my colleagues from the other side, especially majority leader, to bring 1 female from their side to join us, so that when we go, we will also have the parity when it comes to gender issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the report before us. Mr. Speaker, as you do know, when the community parliament started, because of the protocol establishing the community parliament, which required for direct elections at the very outset, which could not be accomplished, it was decided that member countries be represented by their members of parliament. And the members of parliament were to be led by the various speakers. And the speakers are all there, except Ghana. And the reason is our own speaker is a non-elected member of parliament. That's why our speaker cannot belong to ECOWAS Parliament or even the Pan-African Parliament. The speaker, now in the absence of that, it was then agreed that then the deputy speakers should be part of the ECOWAS Parliament. And that is how come at the very outset we were not here. But then when it came up, then we had the Honorable Ken Jirasa, a deputy speaker then, being part of it. Thereafter, and the establishment of the Pan-African Parliament was modeled on the ECOWAS Parliament. And our former clerk, Nana Rex Oushiansa, was one of two people who crafted the establishment of the Pan-African Parliament, just like the ECOWAS Parliament. So our own speaker, unfortunately, through no fault of his, is not able to attend because of the fact that he is non-elected. The speaker, it also happens that it is only in Ghana, in the sub-region, where ministers are members of parliament. The others, the ministers are not members of parliament. And because of that, it was crafted into the protocol that if you are a minister, you cannot belong to the ECOWAS Parliament. So once you become a minister, if you are serving and you become a minister, you must peel off. And so it came to pass that Hawa Yakubu, who was a backbencher at the time, immediately she became a minister. She was then required to step down. She was required to step down. Unfortunately, or maybe she weighed everything and decided rather to let go of the ministerial position and remain at ECOWAS Parliament. Otherwise, they have something called incompatibility. If you are a minister, you cannot belong there. And it's all because they did not factor Ghana's circumstance into this. Now, wherever, in any delegation where the speaker attends, or ought to attend, you see that the speaker will be accompanied by the leadership, the majority leader, the minority leader. And that's how come at the very outset we had this, plus the whips to be at the ECOWAS Parliament, and then at the Pan-African Parliament, which has a limited number, you have the deputy leaders, deputy speakers also being there. The speaker, so I just wanted to bring that clarity. That it's not because of the selfishness of the leaders. That indeed has been the convention that we have followed all this while. Before I went there, it was the Honorable Yaberema who was there as the chief whip. Yaberema then became a minister. He had to leave. And then I, as a deputy whip, was then asked to step into the shoes of the Honorable Yaberema. That's because so it's that convention and practice had followed us. As I said, it's unfortunate that our speaker is not there. And all the speakers in the sub-region are there. You go to the Pan-African Parliament, the same thing. It's only Ghana that is represented by our deputy speakers. And when the deputy speakers attend, they are accompanied by the leaders or the deputy leaders. That's the arrangement. So, colleagues, I believe that following the convention and practice of the House, let us accept and indeed endorse the report so that the colleagues that we have chosen will be able to represent the House. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, I accept the principle of transition and that there are sometimes a few things that will have to be tidied up before new members are brought in. So that is something that is very convincing and we should accept to go that way. I've discussed this a number of times with members of the leadership, and as the majority leader referred to, in the case of Pan-African Parliament, we had to do a similar thing to let things go on. and for us to have a smooth transition. So let's accept that principle, and once our position is firmed up and we're sure that Ghana will continue a very effective and efficient representation, then we can come and at least reconsider the composition of the committees. With this, I urge you to listen to wise counsel and let's accept the recommendations as it is now. I'll proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. We now have as a delegation of Ghana to the ECOWAS Parliament. Sorry, you haven't moved the resolution.
Mr. Speaker,
okay,
yes.
Please.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, before I move the resolution, I pray for your leave to add as the last item, item VIII, Honorable Ladi Ayamba. Mr. Speaker, her name is part of the 8. Same is captured in the report, but the other paper, the printer's devil, did us in. So, Mr. Speaker, you may grant leave for us to insert same there. Mr. Speaker, I assume that leave is granted.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, accordingly, VII, Honorable Ladi Ayamba. Mr. Speaker, having said so, I shall rely on the terms of the motion paper and accordingly move that the names captured as items I to VII be moved. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, seconder.
Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
This is a consequential resolution. Majority Leader, you want to say something?
Former. You called me Majority Leader. I'm saying that former.
Former Majority Leader. Yes, former Majority Leader. It will take some time. It will take some time, so don't worry.
The Honorable Bejra raised an important matter about the composition, that we should have a component of women. As is aware, the protocol establishing the Parliament further indicates that once you are part of it, if you don't resign your position for as long as you remain a member of Parliament, you cannot be forcefully ejected. Which is why the Honorable Johnson Kwekwedu, who will not be contesting, is here. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the majority side, after December, certainly will have to populate their own side by the inclusion of at least one woman in place of the Honorable Johnson Kwekwedu. And that is why you said we are still in transition. So I believe that when we get there, they'll be able to address it. So, Mr. Speaker, just so that people are assured that rest of time that mischief will be cured. Thank you.
Honorable members, politics is a very complex game. I put the question. Those in favor of the resolution as moved, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The Ghana's delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament is now reconstituted to include the Honorable Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markin as the leader of the delegation, Honorable Kwasi Emiao Chireme as a member, Honorable Abdul Razak Tahidu, member, Honorable Joseph Kweku Edu, member, Honorable Samson Ahi, member, Honorable Ama Kofibwa, member, Honorable Emmanuel Kwasi Bejra, member, and Honorable Ladi Ayi Ayamba as the 8th member.
Mr. Speaker, may we
now take the
four.
resolution itemized as 4 at page 3 of the order paper addendum 3. Yes, please.
So, Mr. Speaker, again, just for the records and under transition, the minority side still will have Honorable Collins, Dauda, and Honorable Muntaka Mubara. Although Honorable Kwame Govin Abuja is now the chief whip, but because of their internal transition, the arrangement is that Honorable Muntaka should still remain there. And then we also hope that they would also change one person to get a woman, because on Pan-Africa, they have 2 men, and outside we have replaced with a woman. So we are providing a woman from our side, which is Honorable Frida Prempe. So, Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, I beg to move in terms of the resolution paper item 4 and pray that this Honorable House should resolve in accordance with the said Rule 8.4 of the Rules of Procedure of Pan-African Parliament for Honorable Akosia Frida Akosia Prempe, Doctor, to replace Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford, Mrs., who, having been nominated as a Minister of State, has resigned her seat as a representative of the Pan-African of the Parliament has resigned her seat as a representative of the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, any seconder.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion, and in doing so, let me comment that yes, Honorable Kwame Abuja voluntarily decided that as part of the transition, he will allow Honorable Monteka to remain on it, and I think that is very, very important. On that note, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Since we've now all understood the environment under which we operate in those parliaments, I proceed to put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is carried. And in this one, yes, replacement. The members have not ended their tenure, but because a member appointed a Minister of State, by virtue of the act, she had to resign her seat. And so that member is being replaced. So we will now have, instead of Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford, Mrs. as a member, we have Honorable Frida Akusua Prempe, Doctor, to replace her. Yes, honorable members, we now take the last item.
Mr. Speaker, order
Yes.
paper addendum 2, item 2.
Honorable member, we are being called upon to take order paper addendum 2, item 2. Motion. Minister for Youth and Sports.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we take the item number 2 on the order paper addendum 2. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Procedural motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now move to the substantive motion, which is item 3 at page 1 of order paper addendum 2. Minister for Youth and Sports.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Ghana Anti-Doping Bill 2024 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second and speak to the motion. In speaking to the motion, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the table office to capture the entirety of the report whilst I present it. But, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Anti-Doping Bill 2024, Mr. Speaker, was presented to the House on the 20th of February 2024 by the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports. And, Mr. Speaker, your good self referred the report to your Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture. I'll proceed to go through some important areas of the report, and urge the answer to capture it, and then also urge members to adopt and fully support the passing of the bill. Mr. Speaker, this particular report has been brought to the House under, importantly, a certificate of urgency because of the timing of the AU Games, African Union Games, which is supposed to happen between the 8th to 23rd of March. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very important bill that has to be passed to enable us have the capacity to organize and run the games. Mr. Speaker, the committee made certain observations, and these are all captured in the report. The objective of this particular bill is to establish the Ghana Anti-Doping Agency, also to implement the UNESCO's Convention Against Doping in Sports and the promotion of clean sports. Mr. Speaker, these are very important objectives in sports to ensure clean sports, fair play, and equal opportunity in the game. Mr. Speaker, your committee went through various issues relating to the setting up of this agency and made recommendations in various clauses, changes, amendments, and the report captures all that. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would want to say that the importance of this agency cannot be overemphasized, given that without the passage of this particular bill, Ghana cannot continue to host the games. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Yes, ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor. And in doing so, I would like to take some portions of the report. And with your kind permission, I read. One of the cardinal objectives of the World Anti-Doping Code is to increase presence in every member state. Thus, every member state was requested to establish a statutory body to regulate sport anti-doping matters. To concretize support for the requirement, the African Union institutionalized through the African Union Sports Council the mandatory establishment of a national anti-doping agency by countries given the right of hosting and organizing the African Games. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Ghana Anti-Doping Agency is a fundamental requirement for hosting and organizing the 13th African Games, which is just a week or two away. Mr. Speaker, it has become very imperative for the establishment of this agency to enable effective administration and proper testing of all participants, athletes, and all who are using this as an opportunity to qualify to participate in the Olympic Games, and for the fairness of the competition to be appreciated worldwide in order for them to qualify and to fulfill all conditions that makes them to compete at that higher level. Mr. Speaker, without this, the Games would have been deemed a mere competition without any special recognition worldwide. And so it's so important that this agency comes to be, and it must be as quickly as possible to enable the Games to take place and have the real recognition as it needs to have. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Bernard Ahefo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the second reading of the bill under reference and the adoption of the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the committee is telling us to apply Article 106(13) of the 1992 Constitution by taking the bill under Certificate of Agency under Standing Order 163 of the House. And Mr. Speaker, looking at the committee's report, paragraph 3.0, particularly the first and the third paragraph, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the government of the Republic of Ghana ratified the convention under reference in 2005. Mr. Speaker, specifically 19th October 2005. And Mr. Speaker, the report is again telling us that in 2018, the government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, bid and won the right to host the All-African Games. Mr. Speaker, why are we waiting for the All-African Games to set in and visitors will be coming to Ghana in relation to that particular bill, that particular game, before we will come to Parliament with a law to be passed under a certificate of agency to fulfill a condition under the convention to enable us host the All-African Games. So, Speaker, I think this is not good on our part. So, Speaker, we need to pass laws under certificate of agency with caution. I do not think we have to fold our hands, wait until this stage before we'll be requesting Parliament to pass a law under a certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, my second point is that not too long a time, the President of the Republic of Ghana, in exercise of the power under Article 106, 7 and 8, returned some bills to Parliament that he is unable to assent to it because there is no fiscal impact analysis. The bill that we are considering now, Mr. Speaker, we have a fiscal impact analysis accompanying the bill. If you consider it under a certificate of urgency, won't it have the same constitutional imperative? Mr. Speaker, our standing order is clear on Order 1562 that the bill shall be accompanied by a fiscal impact analysis. Mr. Speaker, Section 100 of Public Financial Management Act is also very clear that the bill must be accompanied by fiscal impact analysis. Mr. Speaker, in view of the fact that we are already hosting the All-African Games, and this is a condition attached to it, Mr. Speaker, we have to pass the bill under a certificate of urgency as recommended by the committee. Mr. Speaker, I support the second reading of the bill. I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Honorable Member, just a correction. Those bills were not returned. They were not returned. He refused to assent to them, but he did not return them to Parliament. He detained them.
The analysis is that if the President has refused to assent to those bills because there is no fiscal impact analysis, why is Parliament being urged upon to consider a bill under a certificate of urgency without fiscal impact analysis?
Members, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, Honorable Dafimapo.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice in support of the motion before the House to adopt the report for the second reading of the Ghana Anti-Doping Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me first of all correct some portions of the report, particularly on page 5 of the report, paragraph 6, subparagraph 2. Chairman of the committee, if I have your attention, the opening line commences this way. The committee was informed that His Excellency the President, before coming into office in 2020, I believe that the President didn't come into office in 2020. So if we can correct that date. Then, Mr. Speaker, let me proceed by indicating that the background that the committee itself produced for the committee's work in respect of the bill points clearly to the fact that we had ample time to have done this much earlier. So I think that going forward, state institutions should take proactive steps so that they can comply with international requirements in matters such as this. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the terms of the World Anti-Doping Law, there are clear requirements for us to have brought this bill to Parliament, to have enacted a law and created this statutory institution long before now. But here is the case that we have to rush this bill into a law. Mr. Speaker, the other point I want to raise is related to the matter raised by my ranking member on constitutional, a committee on legal and constitutional affairs, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused regarding the fact that the committee has been bifurcated into two. Mr. Speaker, the requirement of law under Section 100 of the PFM Act is very clear that the fiscal impact analysis ought to be a separate document attached to the bill. It's not supposed to be part of the memorandum. But what I see that they have done, Mr. Speaker, is that if you look at the bill itself and you go through the memorandum, page 5 of the bill, particularly under paragraph 9 of the memorandum, the promoters of the bill has this to say: the estimated budget for the establishment and operationalization of the agency for the first 5 years will be 210 million Ghana cedis. It is expected that this amount will be on a direct budget line from the Ministry of Finance. The agency will not essentially generate internal. However, the access to technical and financial assistance is very high. Mr. Speaker, my difficulty here is that this paragraph appears to be the fiscal impact analysis, but in the same breath, they are giving the indication that it will be a direct budgetary support from the Ministry of Finance. And the Ministry of Finance is not the same as the Ministry of Sports. So the day that the Ministry of Finance will stifle the agency from receiving funds, then the operations of the agency, this very, very important agency, may be stultified. So I want to suggest, the Minister of Sports, if I have your attention, I want to suggest that you don't allow the Ministry of Finance to be the ministry that will house the budget for the operationalization of this law. We may be stultified. So place the agency under your direct supervision, and it should come under your direct budgetary allocation for the agency. Don't give your birthright to another agency. I plead with you. It's such an important institutional requirement. So place it under the Ministry of Sports, and it comes under a direct budgetary allocation. So if there are issues, it can be traced to you. Mr. Speaker, with this word, I support the motion that the bill be read, the report be adopted, and so that we can proceed to consideration. I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Yes, let him go to the veteran sportsman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I'm behind my boss. I'm behind my boss.
19 long years before we are establishing this anti-doping agency. Mr. Speaker, it is not an important event if you are not hosting. If you are hosting, then it becomes a mandatory requirement for you to set up the agency. Ghana ascended to it in 2005 when I was the president of the Ghana Olympic Committee. It was to prepare the grounds for our athletes to be able to participate in the Beijing Olympic Games in 2008. But as the rules demand, anytime you are to host an international event which requires the qualification of the athletes to participate in the Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games, African Games, or any other sanctioned international competition, there is the need for the host country to have that bill factored in our laws. So I would say that it has not been too late. It is rather a blessing for the future, because this will open the avenues for Ghana to be able to host other international games without necessarily going through another motion of coming up with a bill.
Added to this, this is an international bill that is a mandatory requirement for all countries. So if you examine the bill critically, you see that some of the terminologies used are standardized, and therefore we cannot in any way amend them. I also want to urge the House to consider this bill as a certificate of agency for our athletes and for all participating athletes in the African Games in Ghana. If we fail to do that, it will mean that we will have to prepare to go and compete in another championship elsewhere to be able to validate our qualified athletes for the Games. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I once again want to urge this House to accept the recommendations of the committee and pass this bill under certificate of agency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, I believe the committee has informed us the agency of this bill, and therefore we are going to take it under the certificate of agency. I mean, that's the impulse of the committee's report. So I'll put the question. All those in favor of the motion listed in today's addendum paper 2, say aye. All those against say no. Yes, ranking member.
With permission, I need some clarification. You said the committee has recommended that the bill be taken under certificate of agency. Therefore, we are going to take the bill under certificate of agency. May I humbly know whether that power lies in you or it is the House that must take that decision?
Normally, it is the committee that should let the House know that this particular referral that has been given be taken under certificate of agency. So I think that is the impulse of the committee's report, and I therefore that this particular report be taken through the sense of the agency. So, Honorable Ranking, I have adopted that the report be taken under certificate of agency. So, the second reading is hereby the motion is hereby adopted. So,
an act to provide for the establishment of the Ghana Anti-Doping Agency, implementation of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization Convention Against Doping in Sports, the promotion of clean sports, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Anti-Doping Bill 2024 is now read the second time. Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, before my colleague gives an indication if there's any other business, Mr. Speaker, it's 24 hours since the President read the State of the Nation address. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, colleagues do not have a copy of what the President read yesterday. We do not have a copy. Meanwhile, we intend to start the debate tomorrow. So this is very 24 hours after the decision, no copy of the State of the Nation address.
Another field promise.
You know,
another field promise.
Mr. Speaker, I think we should have raised this earlier in the morning so that maybe by now they would have worked on it. But as it stands, if possible, before we meet tomorrow, if colleagues can get copies of the State of the Nation address.
Very well. Yes.
Speaker, I identify with the sentiment expressed by my good friend, the Chief Whip, that not to justify it, were equally taken by some other business which are of equal importance. But I want to assure my colleague that we will do the needful to make sure enough copies are available to members. So that shouldn't be a worry. Before the debate starts tomorrow, you will have copies. We'll try and get it to you in time. You will have it in time, Speaker. So you shouldn't worry about it.
Well. Yes, Honorable Member for Bori.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, we've been complaining about this. You bring a budget to us, you expect us to debate it and debate it well. You bring State of Nation, give us the copy, and it becomes a problem. That we have to even beg before we are given copies of what is due us. These are some of the things that we talk about. Just yesterday, the president was here talking and promising us. That's another failed promise. And when we talk about it, you say we are complaining. A common document that you're supposed to give us for us to be able to debate, you are running away. If you don't bring the document by close of day tomorrow,
Honourable members,
what will happen?
I think the chief whip has already responded. I think leadership will do whatever it takes. Honourable Deputy Whip, I mean, let's take it. Yes, so I believe the leadership will do whatever it takes to provide copies for members. So the caution is well noted. So we are going to take the anti-doping bill through the consideration stage.
Speaker, ordinarily that should be the case.
Come again?
Ordinarily it should be the case. We taking it through the consideration stage. But leadership has engaged and there are other concerns being handled by the table office. So, Speaker, we come to some agreement that we'll rather take it tomorrow. Take it tomorrow. We also take cognizance of the fact that tomorrow we will start the debate on the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President. But mainly because Speaker, so indication from the table office and also discussion with leadership, we come to a simple conclusion that tomorrow we will do it, unless table office can indicate otherwise. But let me commend members highly for their patience and tolerance up to this stage. I have related to General Doyo. There are other important is being taken care of. That tomorrow you are not going to be taken care of. You will also get your copies of the donor address. So there is no problem. Honorable, you see, and you will not walk alone. I probably will not walk alone.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. The understanding is that the amendments that we wanted to carry are not even currently. And we have done some work today, Mr. Speaker, frankly, roughly around time today, and it's past 5 o'clock. So we have not used today. Well, I know you are poised to help us finish it, but we can do that tomorrow. But the understanding is that tomorrow we'll start the debate. Only 5 people are speaking on each side.
Right.
Then, as soon as that, we will come back and finish the consideration of the anti-doping bill. So tomorrow we'll start on the President's State of the Nation address as the first item, and then after that we do the bill.
You can speak on Friday.
Oh, so now the understanding is that we will do the debate before we tackle the anti-doping bill. I think it's something we have to.
Speaker, with respect, these matters often are dealt with at conclave. So my friend Whip knows how we do these things, and we have an established protocol. Let's not draw conclusion on when, because oftentimes we agree to disagree. So let's just leave it. And the overarching agreement is that tomorrow we will deal with that. as to which one takes precedence between the SONA and the bill. And don't forget, we've agreed that we are taking it under certificate of urgency. That we will decide on that tomorrow at conclave. And I mean, without prejudice to his position and view, Speaker, will firm it up tomorrow at conclave. On that note,
I know, Speaker. I think. Oh, I thought you said.
On that, and having regard to the time and the fact that we've dealt with business as prior arranged, so that we are squarely in your hands.
Well, Madam Speaker, I second the motion for adjournment, but to say that you did.
No, you don't have.
We have. Okay, we did.
We've already spent 5 hours.
Yes.
Yes.
But I was making the point
with this.
I think that he has a good point that in conclave is when we decide on these matters. But I do not believe that anything will change. I think the debate will be the first item. But we'll talk about that tomorrow.
But I think now we don't need any motion. You are in my hands. So I'll proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, the House stands adjourned.